The wind arrived first, slender, cold as a blade, like a thief slipping silently through every crack in the timber. Then came the snow, whispering as it fell upon the turf wall, piling up on the roof and threshold until the doorway became a low white gash. Inside the longhouse, the world shrank to the faint glow of a single hearth fire. Smoke crept along the rafters, blackening the beams, tangling in hair. 40 breaths hovered silver in the darkness. You could hear the creak of winter wood fibers, the faint hiss of damp while steaming near the fire, the tiny, muffled cough of an infant swallowed by fur blankets. This was the deep, dark heart of January in Viking Age scanned in Avia. Outside, the land was a white sheet with field boundaries and meadows erased by drifting snow. The sky was a hard iron bowl. Sun was a rumor. It rose late, skimming the horizon like a shy animal, disappearing again before a thought could fully grasp it. This was not a disaster. It was the calendar. Along the walls, on the raised wooden sleeping platform strewn with straw, coarse woolens, and hides, bodies lay closely packed. A householder and his wife slept near the hearth. Children slept between older siblings. A widowed aunt slept at their feet. 2 hired hands slept at the drafty end. A shepherd curled up by a post. A dog nestled in the hollow of a child's sneeze. The house had its own weather. Near the fire it was warm. A few steps away, it was cave minus gold, a world of distinct microclimates and strata. To survive such a winter, you didn't heat a room, you heated a person, a bed, the breath between 2 sleeping faces. Listen, somewhere beneath the floorboards, livestock shifted in their stalls. Their slow, radiating warmth seeped up through the planks. The longhouse was a machine, and the fuel was life itself. Oh, we moderns imagine winter as an inconvenience, not an enemy, a season managed by thermostats and schedules. For Viking Age people, the cold was a season to be negotiated, and the terms were never final. Warmth was engineered, rationed, captured. It was borrowed from the earth, from animals, from human bodies, from wit. The old Norsemen did not like winter any more than we do. They simply learned to see it as an ecosystem problem: collect, store, channel, and conserve heat at the level of body, bed, household, farm, village. Start with the house. Eve Viking Longhouse was not a castle. It was a survival tool tuned to a specific climate. Its low profile cut the wind. Its thick turf and timber gave thermal mass. Few openings. Light was a luxury, drafts were a liability. Above the central hearth, smoke gathered under a hood or escaped along a ridge vent, stinging eyes and blackening lungs, but trading it all for warmth, insect repellent, and food preservation. The roof became a slow minus smoking chamber. Thin, meat and fish cured on the rafters, while soot sealed the thatch against weather and rot. The heat from one labor performed 3 tasks. Archaeology reveals the wisdom in subtle decisions. Doorways were set like airlocks, with a double arrangement, a windbreak corridor or storm porch, to catch the blast before it could rush into the living space. Hosts were placed to divide the interior into distinct climates: owns fire's own, work's own, sleep's own, so heat could be budgeted, not wasted among the rafters and shadows. The floor sloped slightly upward along the walls, lifting the beds above the damp. If you could step into a longhouse in January, you'd feel the house teaching you where to stand, how to breathe. Heat was a geography. It had contours and borders. You learned them in childhood, through nerve endings in your fingertips. At midnight, someone wakes. In these latitudes, sleep is segmented. First sleep, then a watch, then the gift of second sleep. Waking is not panic. It is maintenance. A hand fumbles for the iron poker. Charcoal is stirred. Embers flare. A new log slides into the glowing cave among the stones. The thermal signature of the room shifts. Another hour of animal comfort is purchased. Someone else checks the door, minus scene with a pun. More wool is stuffed against the draft. A third pours warm water over the last of the porridge, letting it well for the morning. Nothing is wasted. Not even the dark. This midnight moment has a quality of grit. Tasks belong to bodies that know them. The old woman whose fingers trust the flame. The boy who remembers which corner will seep meltwater in a gale. The dog who hears ice groan on the roof and nudges the sleepers closer. The house is kept like a ship is kept by vigilance habit, and a gentle distrust of the elements. Morning, too, is a negotiation, for in the far north, dawn is a legal fiction. Then light finally rises. It is blue and miserly, blurred by blowing snow. Cold adds weight to everything: the bucket on the yoke, the axe in the hand, the bread on the board. In a world where heat is a tax, you move differently. Steps are measured to preserve sweat. Labor has a rhythm, a dance between work that generates warmth and stillness that wastes it. Fetch water and chop wood first. When the body is vigorous and the fire needs its daily wage, the tasks that can be done sitting, mending, carding wool, making bone needles, wait for the moment when the hearth is banked up again. But winter was not just physics. It was psychology and story. The longhouse became a theater of memory. In the dark months, nights were knitted together by sound, by the whispered work of hands. Knitting needles cycled, turning wool into dense socks. A whetstone kissed an axe blade. Children learned whether by ear the sound of sleet on turf, the murmur of seawater thinking about freezing, the old ram mumbling about summer in his dreams. Fear was given borders by ritual. Jols green bows hung over the door. Carved Thur's hammers lay upon the beams. At the solstice, new fire was lit like a fragile god. To survive a winter, you had to find a shape within it, a sequence, a promise of a turn toward the light. The mind, lacking a horizon, needed a calendar in its hands. Food was a warmth strategy disguised as flavor. The pot simmering over the hearth was not a simple boil. It was architecture, thickened with barley or oats, seasoned with salted meat from late autumn, rich with fat until it gleamed in a wooden bowl. Broth was ladled all day like medicine. Children sipped bone broth patiently rendered from ice and marrow. Adults sipped something stronger, fresh juniper berries, crushed in the palm, with a pinch of dried angelica to lift the heart. You could measure the season by what hung from the beams: fish dried to wood, rounds of cheese weeping oil, braids of herbs that remembered summer meadows, revived in steam. The fire didn't just warm the room, it warmed people. Clothing was not fashion. It was engineering. Linen next to the skin to manage sweat. Wadmel's coarse wool trapped air in countless tiny cells. Felted hoods made their own weather. When the wind meant murder, fur was turned inward. Gloves were nested, soft leather lined with wool. Wool over that. Layers passed warmth between them like friends. Footgear was stuffed, not just with insulation, but with thought. A wisp of straw, a twist of hair, a handful of moss materials that breathed and dried as you worked, forming a cloud underfoot when you sat. The closest thing to central heating was a child wrapped in layers, and always there was animal warmth. The livestock pen was not just storage. It was a thermal engine. While cattle breathed, the house lived. The dog crawled to the edge of the bed to snuggle, radiating. The cat found the gaps, teaching where to hang a tapestry. When a child first fell asleep with the puppy under the blanket and woke warm, a lesson was learned, a memory more durable than a toy. In such a climate, you made a treaty with every warm thing. The price was real. Smoke stole years from lungs. Light was dear and hard -1. Fingers and toes bore little scars, white as moons. Tree minus bark patches of frostbite, healed from staying too long at the threshold, or a glove forgotten on a peg. When misfortunes stacked, winter could be mortal: wet thatch freezing too soon, a cow sick in the crucial week, a storm driving seawater onto pasture as ice. But culture accumulated experience, and this learning accrued in the form of architecture, clothing, recipes, proverbs, prayers. What did the cold do to the mind? It taught humility, yes, but not submission. It etched the difference between want and need into memory. It pushed people toward each other. In the North, the most dangerous thing was not hunger or frost. It was solitude. Warmth was a collective act. Even stories were a shared blanket. Hisaka was a fire passed from mouth to mouth without losing its heat. Imagine the same longhouse in the deep blue twilight of afternoon. The door opens, a figure enters, shoulders white with snow, beard studded with rime. The cold comes in with him and takes a step toward the hearth. Everyone feels it, a chill breath across their faces. Then, as the door is latched, and the fire it is not a decoration, it is a member of the household rises to its duty. The air stills. Gloves are pulled off slowly. Leather creaks as it thaws. The man's first word is not speech, it's a breath of gratitude, an apology to the house for keeping watch while he was out. A child presses a bowl into his hands, and the house forgives him. Oh, under the bench, the dog twitches in its sleep, chasing something warm. We call these people Vikings, but that is just a word belonging to certain years, certain seasons, to things some men did. The deeper truth is pastoral, slow the farming, the herd, minus ending, the fish blend salted, the wool turned into a second skin against the wind. Winter was the axis, the annual cycle turned on. Breeds and voyages were the drama, but they were possible only because a winter culture existed that tempered bodies, stockpiled food, taught patience, and remembered how to keep a spark alive through 13 hours of darkened doubt. And this is the thesis of our story. When we marvel at their endurance, we are not merely marveling at heroism. We are marveling at a system. Survival was not a trick. It was a web of countless tiny, disciplined acts, unglamorous, just repeated. The hearth fire rame and a slit at midnight. The curtain pulled against the wind's direction. My sock knitted tighter than written law. The doorway set sideways to cut the blast. The sleeping platform slanted just so the hat lay higher than the stomach. Science hid in custom. Engineering hid in old hands. We with our central heating and triple glazing think ourselves strong because we shiver so little. But cut the power, and we are just indoors in winter. They were not just indoors. They were adapted. Before we end this chapter, step into that night once more. The gale still combs the thatch. Somewhere the theme murmurs in its sleep beyond the rage. On the rafters, a hanging fish gives a soft crack as frost tightens it like iron. Then, small as a prayer, a low pop from the ember-minus bed. Someone smiles in their sleep. The house breathes. Tomorrow, we will open this machine. Fire is dying, and with it they are dying. In the longhouse, the air is thick with smoke and breath. 40 people huddle together in the dark, their outlines flickering in the orange light of the central hearth. Inside, the heavy oak walls. The night howls like a living thing, a storm so fierce it has stripped bark from trees and turned the fjord into a frozen, jagged plain. The temperature has plummeted to levels the human body cannot sustain. Without fire, their world will not merely grow cold, it will become lethal. To survive a Viking winter was to wage a constant war, not against armies or invaders, but against the implacable cold that could kill in hours. In that war, fire was not a luxury. It was the difference between life and death. To the Norse, the hearth was not merely a place for cooking or gathering. It was the center of existence. Everything revolved around it. Its location was deliberate, situated dead center in the longhouse so that everyone, every sleeping berth, every drying rack and food cache could draw from it. Archaeology reveals this was not happenstance but psychological necessity. The hearth was the heart of the household, the source of warmth, light, food, safety. As long as the fire burned, there was hope. As long as the embers glowed, life could continue. Keeping a fire alive through a Viking winter was no simple task. It had to be gathered months in advance, chopped and seasoned, often stacked under the eaves or in a covered wood shed to keep it dry through the endless rain and snow. And once a fire was lit, it must never go out. Families would assign a fire-minus keeper, often an elder or a young servant, to watch the flame through the night, tending the coals, adding fuel, ensuring that the slender thread connecting humanity to lethal cold never snapped. A Viking hearth was no crude pile of burning logs. It was a carefully engineered system, designed to wring every bit of heat from each spark. The base was built from large, flat stones that absorbed warmth and radiated it long after the flames had died. Through centuries of trial, they learned how to stack wood to produce a slow, even burn. The ventilation hole in the longhouse roof above the hearth allowed smoke to escape while trapping most of the heat inside. Some longhouses even had stone-line channels under the floor, primitive underfloor heating systems that directed warmth towards sleeping areas and storage pits. But here is the part most people today don't realize: a single hearth, used correctly, could heat an entire household, saving dozens of lives, without burning through a forest's worth of wood. The Norse were not content with just one source of fire. They found ways to carry it with them. Viking use of fire extended beyond their walls. When people left the longhouse and ventured into the frozen wilderness, the ability to carry fire became a lifesaver. Archaeological finds indicate that Vikings used a device called a fire-steel kit, a small metal container holding glowing embers or flint and steel, packed with dry moss or wood shavings to smolder for hours. These could be tucked into clothing or hung from a belt, ensuring a fire could be started even on the most remote hunting or scouting mission. Fire was not just a tool, it was woven into the spiritual fabric of Norse life. The hearth fire was often dedicated to household gods or ancestral spirits. Many Viking families believed that letting the home fire go out was an ill omen, pretending death or disaster to come. Conversely, embers were preserved and carried into the next season, a symbol of continuity and survival. In some sagas, warriors setting off on long raids would take a small container of embers from the family hearth, believing that lighting a fire in a foreign land with the same embers would bring ancestral favor. Fire was not merely physical warmth, it was cosmic. It connected them to their past and ensured their future. Yet, for all this technology and rituals, survival was never guaranteed. Single mistake: the fireman's keeper nodding off, wood too wet to catch. A sudden gust snuffing the embers could mean death before dawn. The sagas are full of winter warnings about failed fires, whole families perishing in the cold. That is why the Norse word for home, gemheim, is etymologically linked to the hearth itself. For without fire, there was no home. But fire, for all its power, had its limits. Flames could not follow people into their beds, and the great stone walls of their halls still bled heat into the frozen night. The next chapter of their survival story would require even greater ingenuity, turning the very stones cold against them into warmth. The hearth could keep you alive, but only if you stayed close. Venture too far into the shadows of a Viking longhouse, and the temperature could drop enough to freeze water overnight. Fire was powerful but immobile. The next challenge the Norse had to solve: how to make heat travel, how to extend the influence of the flame to every corner of their world. They did it not with more wood or bigger fires, but with stones. To the Vikings, a stone was not just a rock. It was a battery, a container that stored the fire's power and released its warmth slowly through the night. River stones, smooth and palm-sized, and soapstones, heated for hours in the flames of the central hearth, could store enough heat to warm a bed, a cloak, or a person's body through the darkest hours. The process was both simple and ingenious. As the last logs of the day collapsed into glowing embers, servants would carefully place selected stones into the bed of coals. They knew which ones, fine-grained river pebbles, held heat for hours. Stones with cracks could shatter explosively. After 2 or 3 hours, the stones were retrieved with iron tongs, wrapped in layers of wool, fur, or thick cloth, and carried to where warmth was needed most. Some stones were tucked under blankets an hour before bedtime, turning an icy bed into a cozy cocoon. Others were slipped into boots or placed under a workbench to keep hands nimble and blood flowing. Children slept clutching smaller stones like glowing talismans. Archaeological digs in medieval strata at sites like Warwick Castle and Birka have uncovered the charred stones themselves, along with the thick, scorched cloth once used to wrap them. But the most remarkable part of this forgotten technology was its effectiveness. A single stone weighing only 2 or 3 kilograms could radiate gentle heat for 6 to 8 hours, long enough to outlast the longest polar night. And that was in our wealthier households. This nightly ritual became almost ceremonial. As dusk fell, servants prepared what work all night: stones, heating, wrapping, and distributing them to each bed in the household. The master and mistress of the hall received the largest, longest-lasting stones, placed carefully under the furs before they retired. Children were given smaller, lighter stones, often wrapped in old wool or sewn leather. In some sagas and household records, the practice is described almost poetically as stones that bring the sun into the night. In a very real sense, they did. The embers of the day's fire lived on in these stones, keeping human bodies warm long after the flames had died. Some women even wore heated stones as crude jewelry during winter hall ceremonies and feasts. Small, round stones with holes drilled through the middle, strung on cords and worn close to the skin. These warm amulets had practical use, but were also a statement that a family was rich enough, prepared enough to spend fuel on luxuries. The use of heated stones extended beyond sleep and comfort. Scribes and craftsmen, often working for long hours in stillness, relied on stones to keep their fingers from going numb. Wooden boxes with hollowed compartments, designed to hold glowing stones underfoot, became early foot-warmers that turned icy workshops into spaces where labor was bearable. Priests and seers employed the technology in winter rites. In the frozen temples of Uppsala, the wind-scoured meeting halls of Iceland, stones heated in sacred fires were placed under altars or in ritual basins, symbolizing the sun's power at midwinter. They believed that as the stones slowly cooled, they released warm blessings into the hall, a physical metaphor for the life-giving power of fire. Not all warmth was visible. Beneath the stones on embers lay another secret: charcoal. The Vikings were masters of charcoal production, stacking wood in low-oxygen pits to burn slowly for days, creating a lightweight, high-energy fuel that burned hotter and longer than raw wood. Charcoal was crucial for portable heating devices like braziers, but it also made the main hearth more efficient. It produced little smoke, vital in an enclosed longhouse, and it could smolder overnight, ensuring embers were always ready to kindle the morning fire. In a world where fire was life, charcoal was insurance, and they used it sparingly. Charcoal stores were guarded, rationed, often produced seasonally in large batches during warmer months. It was so valuable that in some Norse settlements, charcoal production sites were considered sacred, the birthplace of fire itself. The Vikings did not leave their fire behind when they left home. On long journeys or seasonal migrations, they carried embers sealed in clay pots or metal containers, tended carefully so a flame could be rekindled days or even weeks later. For people who believed fire connected them to their ancestors, this was more than practicality, it was continuity. Some sagas even describe warriors lighting campfires abroad with embers taken from the hearth of their childhood home, believing it would bring strength and protection from kin. In this way, the hearth became portable, a piece of home, carried over mountains and seas. Fire was tamed, stored, even carried across the world. But it still wasn't enough. The Viking war against winter was not just about flame, it was about the human body itself. The next layer of their survival system is one we still use today: the art of layering, wrapping, and wearing warmth. Fire could keep you alive, but it couldn't follow you into the field. It couldn't protect you on a deck cutting through Arctic gales. It couldn't travel with you across a blizzard-scoured tundra. For that, the Vikings needed a second skin, a fortress they could wear. They built it from the bodies of the animals that shared their world. Long before modern textiles and synthetic insulators, the Norse mastered the art of surviving the cold by turning nature itself into armor. Every layer they wore, every pelt, every weave, every strand of wool, was a deliberate line of defense. To step into a Scandinavian winter without them was suicide. With them, Vikings could sail through sleet, hunt in waist-deep snow, or trek across frozen plains for days and come home alive. Their clothing was not crude or makeshift, but the product of centuries of adaptation, trial and error, passed down through generations of people who had watched others freeze to death and learned exactly what it took to survive. First layer was next to the skin, thin but vital. Undercloths were often made of soft linen or fine wool, fabrics that wicked moisture away from the body. Viking life was physically demanding, and sweat was dangerous in a cold climate. Once it's soaked into clothing, it chilled the skin and lead to hypothermia. Linen and tightly woven wool pulled moisture outward, keeping the body dry, the first principle of survival in freezing conditions. Over this went thicker wool garments, tunics reaching to mid-thigh, trousers tied at the calf, long-sleeved shirts, all trapping air between fibers to form an insulating layer around the body. Wool was the miracle fabric of the Viking world. It could absorb up to 30% of its weight in moisture without feeling wet, retained insulation even when damp, and could last for decades. Fragments of Viking wool clothing found by archaeologists, even after 1,000 years, show the tight weaves and complex patterns that made it so effective. The Vikings did not stop at mere warmth. They engineered their clothing like layered shields. Each piece performed a specific task, every gap sealed against the wind. The third layer was often fur or hide, turning the outfit into outer armor against the elements. Fox, bear, wolf, and reindeer pelts were all used. Their fur was prized not just for insulation, but for its ability to shed wind and snow. A wolfskin cloak could turn a blizzard into a minor nuisance. A hood lined with fox fur kept the face warm, even when the wind could freeze exposed skin in minutes. Prized of all was reindeer hide, light, flexible, and incredibly warm. Its hollow hairs trapped layers of air, creating insulation so effective that modern cold minus weather gear struggles to match it. Norse hunters and traders venturing far into the Arctic, where temperatures could drop below -30 degrees Celsius, often wore reindeer skin boots and cloaks that made human survival in places it had no business being possible. Footwear was another key innovation. A Viking could endure frostbitten fingers, but frozen feet were a death sentence. They made boots from soft, oil-mined leather, lined with wool or fur, often stuffed inside with dried grass or moss for added insulation and moisture absorption. Archaeological finds from Greenland and Iceland show boots, so well designed that many resemble, in principle if not appearance, modern expedition boots. Hands were also meticulously protected. Gloves made of felted wool or sewn fur were common, and often oversized to allow layers to circulate inside. Mittens were nested, soft leather lined with wool over that. For finer work when sailing, carpentry, or weapon use was required, finger gloves were used, made of layered wool and leather. Even they had the site of the greatest heat loss from the body was rarely left uncovered. Viking hats were often conical or round, made of layered wool with fur lining. Layering was a science. The typical winter outfit might include linen undercliffs, a thick wool tunic, a leather vest, a firm lined cloak, wool leggings, leather trousers for boots, and gloves, every gap sealed with belts, ties, or overlapping seams. Each layer trapped air, slowed heat loss, and repelled wind and wet. The result was not simple clothing, but a wearable climate minus control system. This clothing was not just functional, it was tactical. A hunter heading into deep woods might choose quieter, darker furs to blend into the trees. Sailors wore clothes treated with oil or animal fat to shed water during weeks at sea. Warriors often wore lighter but more tightly woven layers under their armor, regulating body temperature during long marches or cold watches. The true genius of Viking winter clothing lay not in how it warmed, but in how it adapted. Adaptation was the only way to survive in a climate where the weather could shift from rain to snow to ice within a day. Outer layers could be shed to prevent overheating during heavy labor and put back on when activity ceased. Cloaks doubled as blankets at night. Extra wool wrappings were carried on long journeys to replace garments soaked by rain or sea spray. Everything was designed for layering, removal, and repurpose swapping, a modular system centuries ahead of its time. There was also a deeper, almost spiritual dimension to this craft. Fur was not just material, it was a token of the animal's spirit and power. It was believed that a cloak lined with bear pelt carried some of the bear's endurance. A wolfskin had bestowed the wearer with the wolf's cunning and tenacity. These beliefs were not mere superstition, they were psychological armor, reinforcing the mindset needed to endure months of darkness. And endure they did. Fire minus centered and fur minus clad, Viking men and women could work in temperatures that would paralyze a modern city. They could hunt, trade, raid, and sail. While other societies retreated indoors, their layered defenses turned hostile environments into realms they could master. The remnants of this technology still whisper their secrets from graves and frozen bogs, charred wool fibers clinging to bone. Fragments of leather boots preserved in permafrost, reindeer hide cloak remnants laid beside the bodies of those who ventured too far and did not return. Each tells the same story: relentless adaptation, turning human ingenuity against nature's fury. Yet even the best clothing could not defeat the cold alone. Warmth had to be generated from within, too. And so the Vikings turned to the one other thing they could control besides fire and fabric: the food that fueled their bodies and prepared them for yet another frozen day. Fire is dying, the woodpile is shrinking, and the food stores that were once full of salted fish and smoked meat are down to a few barrels of pickles, a few hard rounds of cheese, and a row of clay jars filled with sour milk. Outside, the world is locked in ice. Rivers are frozen solid, fjords blocked by drifting white plates, fields buried under meters of snow. Hunting is impossible. Fishing means chopping through thick ice for the chance of a single trout. This is what the Vikings called the Hunger Winter. For those surviving in the far north, it was not a rare disaster but a predictable, relentless season that tested not just strength but every ounce of wit the human body could muster. Imagine surviving on fewer than 1,000 calories a day for weeks, yet still needing to chop wood, haul water, and keep your children alive. Most modern people would break. The Vikings adapted. Northerners understood a brutal truth about nature in winter. Food was not just fuel, it was fire. Without it, no hearth could save you, no fur could warm you. So, they built an entire food system around endurance. Their first key to survival was not abundance, but preservation. From early autumn, Viking households turned their settlements into vast winter pantries. Fish were gutted, salted, and hung from rafters to dry in the cold air until hard as wood. Eat from slaughtered livestock, those animals they could not afford to feed through the winter was smoked over slow fires for weeks, sealed in wooden barrels or buried in snow-covered caches. Even milk was transformed, churned into butter, aged into cheese, or turned into skyr, a sour, long-lasting dairy product similar to yogurt. But it was not just about storage, it was about transformation. These preservation methods fundamentally altered the nutritional content of their food. Fermentation promoted gut health and nutrient absorption. Drying concentrated calories. Smoking preserved fat, the most crucial nutrient, against cold. The colder the climate, the higher the fat ratio. Modern science confirms what Viking wisdom already knew: fat burns slowly, generating more heat per gram than any other nutrient. This was not indulgent, it was survival. Inside a Viking longhouse, every calorie was a calculation. They knew instinctively what modern physiology has since measured: a body fighting extreme cold needs more energy. Metabolism speeds up, blood pumps faster, muscles generate heat through shivering. Without fuel, the body consumes itself. That is why the Norse diets entered on energy minus dense foods. In coastal settlements, seal, blubber, and whale fat were prized. Single spoonful equaled a small meal. Inland, bacon, lard, and bone minus marrow minus rich broths were essential. Butter was not a condiment, it was medicine. Warriors drank it melted into broth before setting out on winter journeys. Farmers stirred it into porridge to keep the body burning through the night. And it wasn't just fat. Protein from dried fish, smoked mutton, or preserved game or built muscles worn down by endless physical labor. Carbohydrates, primarily from barley and oats, provided fast burning fuel. These macronutrients worked together like a carefully balanced fire. Carbohydrates lit the flame, protein fed it, fat made it roar for hours. Even hydration was strategic. Oh, we Kaland fermented way worst apples, providing calories, hydration, and gut-friendly bacteria. In some places, these calorie-rich liquids were more important than water, which froze too quickly and required too much fuel to melt. But the Vikings did not just endure hunger, they trained through it. Fasting, whether intentional or enforced by scarcity, became a biological adaptation. Sagas and later medieval sources mention warriors boasting about how many days they could go without eating. Archaeological evidence, including isotope analysis of bones, shows fluctuating nutrition levels across seasons, indicating that cycles of feast and famine were built into the Viking calendar. Modern science has begun to understand why this matters. Cyclical fasting increases metabolic flexibility, the body's ability to switch between burning carbs and fat. It also triggers cellular repair processes and reduces energy expenditure, crucial for survival when food is scarce. The deep winter. A Viking's body was not merely enduring hunger, it was optimized for it. This was not a desperate accident of poverty, but a calculated adaptation, a strategy for squeezing every calorie out of stored food in the months when the land itself refused to feed them. Meals during the hunger winter were simple, repetitive, and deeply symbolic. A typical winter breakfast might be thick porridge made from barley, sweetened with a dab of honey and fortified with a knob of butter. The midday meal, if there was one, was often uncold thin slices of dried fish soaked in water, hard cheese shaved from a wheel, maybe a crust of dense sour bread. The main meal came in the evening, after the day's labor, when the walls of the longhouse were inch with hearth light. Aista simmered on the hearth, usually made from preserved meat, dried peas, and root vegetables stored from the harvest. Into it went scraps of fat and marrow, boiled into a calorie-minus dense broth. Children might get a spoonful of fermented skyr mixed with berries dried months before a rare burst of sweetness that also provided vital vitamins. Even the way they ate was designed to conserve warmth. Meals were shared from communal bowls, keeping portions small and waste minimal. People sat close, ate slowly, letting digestion itself, which generates heat, become part of their survival strategy. There was a spiritual dimension to Viking winter food culture, too. The first of the smoked meat or dried fish was often offered to the gods, a plea for endurance through the lean months. The feast at the winter solstice, Joel, was both celebration and defiance, proof that despite hunger and cold, the community had welcomed another turn of the sun. The psychological power of these rituals cannot be underestimated. Theon's studies show that shared meals strengthen social bonds and reduce stress, both of which directly impact survival and immune strength. In a world where death lurked just outside the door, the act of eating together was as crucial as the food itself. Outside, the wind shrieks like a living thing, tearing at the turf walls, howling through the smoke hole in the roof, seeking a way in. But inside the longhouse, the fury of the storm is muted to a dull, distant roar. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and animal musk. Damp wool cloaks hang near the hearth to dry, steaming. Children sleep curled under furs in a corner, their breaths fogging faintly in the dim orange light. Though the world outside is buried in snow and dark, in this narrow, low-roofed room, life goes on. In a world where a single night of exposure could be fatal, the Viking longhouse was not just a home. It was a machine, a living organism built to fight nature itself. To the untrained eye, a Viking longhouse looks primitive, a simple timber hall covered with turf. But every detail of its design was born from centuries of brutal trial and error. Every wall, every roof beam, every floorboard was part of a survival system honed in one of the harshest climates humans have ever called home. The first line of defense was orientation. Longhouses were always built with their narrow ends facing the prevailing wind, reducing the pressure of blizzards. Doors were usually set on the leeward side, sometimes recessed into a covered porch to trap warmer air and block snowdrifts. The walls themselves were masterpieces of ancient insulation. Thick timber frames were packed with layers of turf, straw, and clay, creating a structure that was both airtight and thermally efficient. In some regions, builders partially buried houses, a technique that used the Earth's natural insulation to keep temperatures stable even in the depths of winter. The roof was steep and covered with thick turf, serving multiple functions, shedding snow, providing insulation, even acting as a living thermal layer. Grass roots growing through the turf helped bind it together while adding another layer of protection. Archaeological studies show that even on sub-iron nights, these roofs could keep indoor temperatures up to 15 degrees Celsius warmer than the outside air. These were not merely homes, they were heat traps, storm barriers, and life-support systems, all built without nails, glass, or modern science. Yet they worked. At the heart of every longhouse was the hearth, the single most important survival technology in the Viking world. Positioned in the center of the hall, it was kitchen, furnace, sanctuary, and gathering place all in one. Its flame never truly went out. Even as the family slept, someone would rise to feed it, for if the fire died, they might die with it. The hearth's design reflected a deep understanding of thermodynamics. Stones placed around and under the fire absorbed heat during the day, releasing it slowly at night. Some longhouses even had clay-lined floors beneath the hearth to trap and radiate warmth, an early form of underfloor heating. Above the hearth, smoke drifted lazily toward the roof vent. This opening, carefully positioned and often adjustable with a wooden shutter, created a natural chimney effect. As warm air rose and escaped, cooler air was drawn in from lower gaps near the door, creating gentle air circulation without overcooling the room. This primitive ventilation system prevented choking smoke buildup while retaining heat, a delicate balance few early cultures mastered as well as the Norse. Viking architecture was about more than warmth, it was about control. The interior of a longhouse was carefully zoned, each area serving a specific purpose in the war against winter. Sleeping platforms along the walls were raised above the floor to avoid cold drafts and insulated with straw, wool, and hides. The closer one slept to the hearth, the warmer the night. Higher status family members claimed the middle spots, while servants and laborers crowded the edges. It was a true thermal hierarchy. Animals played a role too. On many farms, livestock were brought inside during the coldest months, housed in adjacent pens or even separated from the main living area by only a wooden partition. Their body heat could raise indoor temperatures by a few degrees, enough to make the difference between survival and frostbite. Storage spaces were strategically placed. Food stores were often kept in side rooms, partially sunk into the earth or under the floorboards, where the ground-stable temperature prevented freezing without spoiling. Tools and weapons hung from the rafters, kept dry and rust-free by rising warm air. Every inch of a Viking home had purpose. Nothing was wasted, nothing accidental. Where a mistake could be fatal, architecture was not art, it was strategy. Winter in the far north was not just cold, it was dark. For weeks on end, the sun barely climbed above the horizon. In this endless twilight, light itself became a survival tool. Windows were rare and small, covered with thin animal membrane or oiled cloth to let in faint light while blocking drafts. Most illumination came from the hearth and from oil lamps carved from soapstone, burning fish oil or animal fat. These lamps gave off a warm, steady glow, not enough to banish the dark but enough to work, eat, and tell stories by. More importantly, the light was warm-toned, rich and radiant yellow wavelengths that did not disrupt the body's circadian rhythms. And knowingly, the Vikings built homes that protected not just their bodies but their sleep cycles, something modern science is only beginning to understand. While the longhouse was the center of Norse domestic life, it was just part of a broader architectural survival system. Surrounding structures formed a defensive ring against winter's threats. Smokehouses, barns, and storage sheds were built partially into hillsides and mounted with earth to keep temperatures stable. This is hot water and steam for cleaning and warming the body were sometimes placed nearby. This was a luxury, yes, but also a crucial part of winter health. Even fences and outbuildings were part of the thermal equation. By blocking wind and directing snowdrifts, they helped protect the main living area from the worst of storms. Some settlements were even arranged in U-shaped clusters, houses facing inward, to create sheltered courtyards where daily tasks could continue even in foul weather. The sun has abandoned them. For weeks, the horizon has been empty. No dawn, no dusk, only gloom fading into dark. The air is so cold that sound itself seems frozen. The creak of a wooden door or the bark of a distant dog hangs in the stillness an unnaturally long time. Inside the longhouse, the fire burns on, but even its orange glow feels puny against the vast, gritty dark pressing against the walls. In a northern winter, what people often feared most was not wolves or hunger, but the dark arc so total and relentless it could break the strongest will. In the far north of Scandinavia, the sun disappears for months each winter. Even farther south, days could shrink to less than 5 hours of light. For Viking Age people, this was not a seasonal inconvenience but a fundamental fact of life. Polar night, the dark time these phrases shaped their existence as much as the fjords and seas. Without sunlight, days lost their rhythm, time blurred into one long twilight. Crops could not grow, animals hibernated, Travel was nearly impossible. But perhaps the greatest challenge was psychological. Prolonged darkness disrupts the internal biological clock that controls sleep, hunger, mood, and energy, the circadian rhythm. Modern science knows that lack of light suppresses serotonin and undisrupts melatonin in production, leading to depression, insomnia, and fatigue. The Vikings, though they didn't know why, understood the danger well. Many feared not dying of starvation or frostbite, but losing themselves in the endless night. A first line of defense against the dark was ritual. Across the Norse world, people created artificial rhythms to replace the vanished solar cycle. Days and nights were measured not by light, but by fire and custom. The hearth became a clock. Fuel was added at specific times, not just for warmth but to mark the passage of hours. Meals were served on a strict schedule, even when the outside world gave no signal. That chores, storytelling, worship all followed a rigid cadence meant to anchor the human mind in the timeless chaos. Festivals became vital. Chief among them was Joel, the great midwinter celebration. Held at the winter solstice when the sun was at its lowest, Joel was more than a feast. It was a declaration of hope, a ritual reminder that the dark had limits. Bonfires were lit, torches carried, animals sacrificed to gods of light and rebirth. Each flame was a promise the sun would return. Even in ordinary households, the daily act of lighting a lamp held symbolic weight. Oil lamps were kept burning not just for illumination, but as talismans against despair. Or old stories of Saul, the sun goddess, who would eventually drop to her chariot across the sky again, chased by the wolf's skull. These myths were not just entertainment, they were all medicine. Modern science has given a name to what the Vikings knew instinctively: seasonal affective disorder. But 1,000 years ago, they developed cultural and psychological tools to fight it without knowing the cause. One was community. In the darkest months, solitude could be lethal. Entire households, sometimes even extended kind networks, lived in the same shared space, working, eating, sleeping together. Privacy vanished, but so did loneliness. Humans are social animals, and the presence of others provided emotional stability. Archaeological evidence suggests settlements often built longhouses larger than strictly necessary, indicating that more people than the space was meant for were deliberately crowded indoors during winter. Another was purpose. The sagas emphasize winter as a season for planning, crafting, and storytelling. These activities kept the mind engaged and looking to the future. Warriors repaired weapons, women wove cloth, farmers planned the next year's planting. Even the chatter by the hearth had its purpose. It reminded people of their place in a larger story. In a world without clocks or calendars, meaning itself became a survival tool. Norse mythology is full of stories about darkness, not just the absence of light, but a cosmic force to be reckoned with. The great wolf Fenrir who swallows the sun at Ragnarok, the frost giants, lurking at the world's edge, the primordial void Jin Unga gap from which creation emerged. These stories gave fear a shape and made it bearable. The sun goddess Sol and her brother the moon god Mani were not just celestial bodies, but characters caught in an eternal struggle with chaos. Their chase across the sky not only explained the passage of time, but the cycle of light and dark itself. This mythical framework gave people a sense of order, even when nature seemed indifferent. In the harshest winters, seers and wise women were often consulted. They interpreted dreams and omens, offering assurance that the dark months were part of a sacred pattern. The archaeological evidence of ritual offerings, including sun symbols carved on wood or bone, suggests households performed small rites to call back the light. But the outside world frozen and silent, sound became another defense against the dark. Storytelling peaked in winter. Skaldes, poets, and bards were welcomed into halls to recite sagas and tales of ancestors. These stories were not mere entertainment, they were architecture for the spirit, connecting people to the past and projecting them into a future beyond the cold. The rhythmic chant of poetry, the repetition of myths, the collective act of listening all helped regulate psychological states. Modern research shows that predictable sound patterns like chanting or storytelling can stabilize circadian rhythms and reduce anxiety. The Vikings had known neuroscience, but they had sagas, and those sagas were powerful medicine. Music also played a role. Archaeological finds include harps, flutes, and drums. These instruments provided the rhythm and structure that the season lacked. In some communities, all minus night song circles were held during the deepest dark, combining music, story, and ritual into a collective act of defiance against despair. The absence of sun posed a practical problem to how to measure time. The Norse solution was elegant. They used rhythmic tasks, chores that repeated at regular intervals to anchor their days. Candle minus clocks, made from carefully measured lengths of tallow burned at a predictable rate. Water clocks and dripping oil lamps served a similar function. Even the slow process of melting snow or brewing beer became timekeepers. More importantly, social time replaced sun time. People measured days not in hours of light, but in fires tended, stanzas recited before sleep, chores completed before the next meal. This flexible relationship with time reduced stress and the anxiety that darkness so easily provoked. For all its dangers, the endless night was also a teacher. It forced communities to slow down, depend on each other, plan for the future, and seek meaning beyond mere survival. It was a season of reflection and restoration, of honoring ancestors and teaching children the wisdom of the past. It also forged strength. When spring finally came and the first pale light touched the snow, it was not just a change in weather but proof that they had endured. The dark had tried to break them and failed. In the end, what sustained them was not the sun but fire, story, ritual, and will for ancient weapons humans have wielded since the world first went dark. The first breath outside the longhouse steals the air from your lungs, feeling like inhaling blades. Your eyelashes frost over before you've even crossed the threshold. The dample on your cloak freezes into a hard shell before you've even taken a step. The night sky above is a frozen abyss. Stars sharp as spear points. The moon a pale wound hanging on the black horizon. Each step crunches on snow already hard as iron. Here, death is patient but relentless. It begins not with a sword but slowly, invisibly stealing warmth from your flesh. In the Viking world, you did not fight the cold. You prepared for it, and clothing was your first and most necessary weapon. Without proper defense, the northern climate could strip the heat from your body in hours, leaving you to die. With it, you could sail through sleet, ride in sub-zero gales, or survive weeks of overland travel without kindling a fire. For the people of Viking Age Scandinavia, the cold was more than a seasonal inconvenience. It was a constant threat. In much of Norway and Sweden, winter temperatures routinely plunged below minus 20 degrees Celsius minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit, and wind chill near the coast made it feel even colder. With no weather forecasts, no modern insulation, no synthetics, a sudden storm or an unexpected freeze could mean death for anyone caught unprepared. The sagas are full of references to this elemental enemy. In Egil's saga, warriors on winter campaigns must wrap themselves in every scrap of high-end wool to keep death from seeping into their marrow. In Gregor's saga, a farmer who sets out lightly clad in a sudden blizzard is found frozen the next morning, his clothes soaked and frozen to his skin like ice. Such stories were not just cautionary tales, they were reminders that the cold, as always hunting, fire was the heart of survival, clothing was the skin. Vikings were masters at turning the materials around them into protective layers that kept life where it belonged inside the body. Foremost among these was wool, the undisputed champion of Viking survival. Wool fibers contain tiny air pockets that trap heat, forming insulation even when wet. Hairy cotton, which becomes deadly when soaked, or retains warmth in damp conditions. Archaeological finds from graves and bogs across Scandinavia confirm that nearly every Viking, rich or poor, wore wool next to their skin. Underneath, linen underlayers wicked moisture away, keeping the body dry. This was crucial. Sweat was as dangerous as snow. If it soaked your clothes and cooled, it dramatically accelerated heat loss. Even today, polar explorers use the same principle: wick, insulate, protect. Over the wool came heavier garments, cloaks, tunics, and trousers, often made of thick, felted fabric. These were sometimes treated with animal fat for water resistance, a primitive but surprisingly effective method of waterproofing. For those who could afford it, fur was the ultimate armor. Pelts of bear, wolf, fox, and reindeer offered unmatched insulation. Heel I-stas individuals wore cloaks lined with beaver or marten, prized for its density and warmth. But the most ingenious part of Viking clothing lay not in what they wore, but in how they wore it. Their secret weapon was layering. It was a system so effective that modern cold miners, whether survival experts, still follow the same principles. Archaeological evidence and saga descriptions show that Vikings often wore 5 to 7 layers of clothing during the coldest months. The goal was to create pockets of air between layers, each trapping heat and slowing its escape. A typical outfit for a winter voyage might include linen undercloths to wicks wet, a thick wool tunic for insulation, a second heavier tunic or cloak to trap additional heat, double wool leggings and trousers, fur-lined boots greased for waterproofing, layered gloves or mittens, and a heavy cloak or hood with fur trim to shed wind and snow. Even the head, which can lose up to 40% of the body's total heat, was meticulously protected. Archaeologists have found wool hoods, caps for hats, even elaborate tear flaps. Sagas mention that people often kept their hoods up even indoors, a habit born of necessity, not fashion. Clothing was not just survival gear, it was also a statement. Healthier Vikings displayed their status through the quality of their winter wear. Sagas mention kings and chieftains, wrapped in bearskin or otter fur cloaks. There is evidence that dyed fabrics, especially deep reds and blues, were prized. These dyes required expensive imports, and wearing them in winter displayed not just wealth but resilience. Yet practicality was never sacrificed for style. Even the most ornate garments were built for function. Wealthy women's dresses often included layered skirts that created a warmth tent around the legs. He-status men sometimes wore double cloaks, one fur-lined for insulation, the other waxed leather for shedding sleet. Daily life required more than warmth inside the longhouse. Vikings had to venture into forests, cross frozen seas, and fight in blizzards. Goryeo demanded specialized adaptations. For sea voyages, wool trousers were often waxed or greased to shed sea spray, and cloaks were designed with pointed hoods to shed rain and snow. Some cloaks were reversible, one side for everyday wear, the other treated for harsh weather during travel. Warriors faced unique challenges. Heavy iron mail worn by elite warriors grew bitterly cold and conducted frost directly to the skin. To counter this, they wore padded wool undergarments beneath their armor, creating an insulating barrier. In extreme conditions, warriors even lined their helmets with fur to prevent scalp frostbite. Explorers and traders venturing into the Arctic, such as the Norse settlers of Greenland, pushed these adaptations even further. Archaeological finds from Greenland settlements show evidence of layered boots stuffed with moss for insulation, and mittens constructed with their gaps to trap heat. The ground was perhaps the most dangerous enemy. Standing on frozen ground or a ship's deck for long periods quickly sucked heat through the feet, fatal in extreme cold. Viking footwear, therefore, was an art form in itself. Shoes were often made of layered leather, frequently lined with wool or fur. Some were stuffed with straw to trap air and absorb moisture. Archaeological finds from sites like Udibai and Yerk show complex stitching patterns that minimize seams, reducing points where water could seep in. Boots often extended above the ankle and were ace-tight to keep snow out. For travel on ice, some boots were studded with iron nails for grip. Foot-wraps, strips of wool tightly wound around the feet before donning boots, were a common addition, providing extra insulation and moisture control. For the Vikings, every stitch in their clothing was a survival tool. That it was also a lesson, one we have nearly forgotten when technology fails and the world turns hostile. Your greatest defense is the knowledge woven into what you wear. Much of what we know about Viking winter clothing comes not from texts, but from the land itself. Burials, especially those in bogs and frozen graves, have preserved garments in astonishing condition. At Mammen in Denmark, archaeologists found an exquisitely embroidered wool cloak lined with bear fur, likely belonging to a chieftain. At Osberger, the burial of two high-status women revealed intricately layered dresses with wool, linen, and fur elements, including cloaks dyed deep red and blue. At He Dubai, textile fragments show advanced weaving techniques designed to maximize insulation and durability. These finds paint a picture of a society that not only understood the science of warmth, but had refined it into a kind of art. Viking clothing had another, subtler power. It shaped people's perception of the cold itself. Layering was not just about insulation, it was psychological armor against fear. The wrapping oneself in furs and wool was a declaration against the elements. The sagas reflect this mindset. Warriors and explorers are often described not as enduring the cold, but as wearing it like a victory over it. In the saga of the Greenlanders, an explorer boasts, "The frost may gnaw at the earth, but it cannot bite through my hides." This attitude that proper preparation could make the elements harmless was as important as the clothing itself. Modern science has validated much of what the Vikings knew instinctively. Layering, moisture management, air trapping, and natural insulation remain the cornerstones of cold-weather survival. Today's polar explorers, mountaineers, and Arctic soldiers follow principles the Norse perfected over 1,000 years ago. Yet their knowledge went beyond practicality and seeped into their worldview, a belief that no element, however relentless, was unconquerable with the right preparation. In a world where winter could kill, they turned the land's immediate products, wool, hide, linen, into armor against the cold that was stronger than steel. The cold was a relentless enemy, but the Vikings learned not merely to endure it, but to master it. With every tightening of a cloak, every lacing of a boot, every pulling down of a fur hood over the face, they protected not just their bodies but declared war on winter itself. And more often than not, they won. Next, we will go deeper, beyond the body, into the architecture of survival, how the Viking home itself became a shield against the cold. Why were their building techniques, in many ways, more winter-proof than later medieval structures? When you slam the door against the storm, the wind outside howls like a beast, clawing at the walls. But here, inside the longhouse, the air is thick with the scent of wood smoke, pine resin, and the deep, comfortable warmth of firelight. Your eyes take a moment to adjust to the dark. Shadows dance on the carved beams overhead. The rafters are coated with soot. Around you, the household huddles near the hearth, their faces painted orange by flame. The walls groan under the wind's assault. But inside, the world feels almost still. Here, warmth was currency, not a luxury. The fine line between life and death. The Vikings did not just build houses, they built survival machines. Every beam, every wall, every layer of turf and smoke minus blackened timber was part of a carefully calculated design meant to trap heat, fight the elements, and turn a frozen landscape into a habitable world. Their architecture was not crude or primitive, it was engineering born of desperation and genius. At the heart of Viking life was the longhouse, a structure so fundamental it shaped not just how people lived but how they survived. These buildings were not merely homes, they were barns, workshops, kitchens, bedrooms, meeting halls, and shelters all under one long weatherproof roof. Typical longhouses ranged from 15 to 30 meters in length, with some chieftains' halls reaching 50 meters, walls made of timber, stone, or wattle and daub, and roofs thickly thatched with straw, reeds, or turf. The most remarkable feature was not its size but its insulation strategy. In an age without chimneys, thermostats, or insulation boards, the Vikings turned to nature's materials: earth, turf, wood, built warmth from the ground up. The foundation of a longhouse was never just wood on stone. It was a deliberate thermal barrier. Builders dug the floors lightly below ground level. This seemingly simple design choice made a world of difference. The earth itself acted as insulation, maintaining a relatively stable temperature even when the outside air was far below freezing. Walls were often double-layered, an inner frame of planks, packed with moss, straw, or animal hair, and outer shell of turf or clay. This trapped warm air inside and blocked drafts. In stone-rich areas, wall bases might be built of rock, not just for strength but because stone absorbed the daytime warmth and slowly released it into the house at night. The roof was a masterpiece of adaptation. Covered with dense layers of straw or turf, it was thick enough to retain rising heat while still allowing smoke to escape. Geologists studying Viking longhouses in Iceland and Norway have measured turf roofs over 30 centimeters thick, matching modern insulation standards in some regions. Modern architects call it passive insulation. The Vikings just called it home. Nothing in Viking architecture was more ingenious than their use of earth itself as insulation. By the early 9th century, turf-minus walled houses were common in Iceland and Greenland, places where timber was scarce but cold was a constant. Turf, the upper layer of soiled ends with roots, has extraordinary insulating properties. When cut into blocks and stacked like bricks, it formed walls that were both windproof and thermally efficient. A well-minus built turf wall could keep indoor temperatures stable, even when the outside air plunged to minus 25 degrees Celsius. In Iceland, many households had walls made entirely of stacked turf, a meter thick. These walls absorbed heat from cooking fires in human bodies and released it gradually. In Greenland, Norse settlers combined turf and stone to create walls capable of withstanding brutal polar climates. The technique was so effective that some 10th-century turf houses still stand today. At the center of every longhouse burned a fire, not just for cooking but for survival. This central hearth was the most important feature in Norse architecture. Usually a long, shallow stone-lined pit, it burned day and night from autumn to spring, the heart furnace and soul of the household. The fire provided radiant heat, warming the stone floor around it, which in turn radiated warmth into the room long after the flames died down. It also created convection currents, circulating warm air throughout the interior. The hearth's open design without a chimney to draw heat away allowed the maximum amount of warmth to stay inside. Smoke escaped through a small vent in the roof, but most of it lingered under the rafters, forming an insulating layer that trapped heat below. It was not perfect. The air could be smoky and heavy, but it was warm, and in a place where a single night's exposure could be fatal, warmth was more important than clean air. The longhouse was more than a building, it was a finely tuned thermal system. Every feature played a role in fighting the cold. Narrow entrances doors were small, often with a double design featuring a windbreak corridor to prevent blasts of cold air from rushing in. Some even hung hides inside as an extra barrier. Low ceilings. By keeping ceilings low, builders reduced the volume of air that needed to be heated. A simple but crucial principle of thermal efficiency. Internal layout. Sleeping platforms and workspaces were, while storage and less-used spaces were positioned along the colder outer walls. Heavy curtains and partitions were positioned along the colder outer walls. Heavy curtains and partitions were positioned along the colder outer walls. Heavy curtains and were used to divide large spaces into smaller, warmer ones, conserving heat and creating microclimates. Inside a Viking longhouse, survival was about layered defenses as much as heat. From thick turf walls to woolen hangings, every choice was another shield against nature's relentless assault. The architecture of the longhouse also amplified one of the most reliable heat sources of all people. With extended families, servants, and sometimes even livestock living under one roof, the gathered body heat significantly warmed the interior. A single human body radiates about 100 watts of heat. A household of 20 people could generate the equivalent of a small wood stove, a fact the Vikings understood instinctively. That is why sleeping platforms were built close together and often curtained off with heavy hangings, designed to trap not just heat from the hearth, but also the warmth radiating from human bodies themselves. In especially cold regions, livestock were sometimes brought inside or housed directly adjacent to the longhouse. Their body heat rose through floor vents or shared walls, providing a free, reliable heat source, a technique still used in traditional Scandinavian barns today. While the basic principles of longhouse construction remained consistent, local conditions shaped important variations. In the fjords of Norway, where timber was plentiful, houses were built of heavy logs, the gaps stuffed with moss. Windy Iceland, turf-dominated, and houses were often partially built into hillsides to leverage the ground's stable temperature. In extreme Greenland, houses were sunk deeper into the earth and carefully oriented to protect entrances from prevailing winds. Archaeological excavations show that Viking builders paid close attention to prevailing weather patterns. Entrances usually faced south to catch winter sun, while hearth placement aimed to distribute heat evenly. Some houses even incorporated primitive underfloor heating systems, channels that guided warm air from the hearth under sleeping platforms. Fire did more than warm bodies, it warmed minds. The hearth was the center of social and psychological life in the Viking world. Around it, families ate, told stories, held rites, and planned voyages. Its steady glow was a symbol of safety and continuity, a beacon against the terrible vastness of the northern dark. Sagas speak of the fire that never goes out, a poetic phrase describing both the literal hearth and the enduring spirit of the household. Keeping the fire burning was a sacred duty. Letting it die was not just a mistake, it was a failure to protect the household from winter's chaos. Modern architects studying Viking houses are often surprised by their efficiency. Despite lacking modern materials or technology, these structures achieved remarkable levels of thermal comfort using only what the land provided. Their principles, earth insulation, passive heating, windbreaks, and shared warmth are echoed today in sustainable building designs worldwide. In fact, many modern earth-minus sheltered and passive houses draw directly from Viking techniques: partially buried floors, turf-minus covered roofs, strategic use of thermal mass. The Viking longhouse was not primitive, it was centuries ahead of its time. The Vikings conquered the cold not by fighting it, but by absorbing it, building homes that became part of the landscape, using the land's own power to keep life inside. Their longhouses were more than shelters, they were fortresses against the ice, testaments that even in the harshest environments, human ingenuity could carve out a world that was warm and alive. Next, we will move beyond walls and flame, into the rituals, routines, and daily strategies that made life bearable through months of darkness. From dawn chores to all-minus night vigils, we'll explore how Vikings structured their days to keep the cold from seeping into their bones and spirits. The storm outside has raged for 3 days. Snow drifts climb the walls like frozen waves, the doorway almost buried. Outside, the world is white, silent, implacable. But inside, the longhouse is alive. Sparks hiss in the hearth. An infant murmurs softly in the shadows. Somewhere near the entrance, an axe thuds against a chopping block. The air is thick with smoke and the rich smell of stew boiling. This is winter living, not measured in days or weeks, but in the long, unbroken rhythm of survival. For the Vikings, surviving winter was not about enduring the cold but outwitting it. They did it not with technology but with routine. Every hour of every day was a carefully choreographed dance of fire, food, labor, and rest. It was a pattern honed over centuries, designed to keep bodies warm, bellies full, and spirits strong in the dark. When there is no sunrise, morning is a different concept. In winter, the day often began in near-minus total darkness. Time was measured, not by light but by ritual. The first sound of the day was usually the stirring of the hearth embers fanned back to life. Fresh logs stacked carefully, smoke curling up toward the roof vent. Before anything else, the fire came first. An extinguished hearth was a disaster, meaning hours spent rekindling flame from embers and letting the cold creep back into the house. Keeping the fire going was so important, it was often entrusted to the most experienced member of the household. In some sagas, this person is described with near-minus priestly reverence, keeper of the warmth, warden of the heart. Once the fire was blazing again, the house awoke. Water was heated. The first meal, usually a simple porridge of oats or barley, was prepared. This was not just food, it was fuel, rich with fat and honey to help the body fight the cold. The warm breakfast was not optional, it was armor. Daylight, however faint, dictated most of the day's work. Every task, even the smallest, was tied to the war against winter. Teens ventured out briefly to gather firewood, check on livestock sheds, mend fences, or break ice in water troughs. Axes, saws, and sledges were essential tools, and the woodpile was a measure of security. Women tended the hearth, mended clothing, carded wool, prepared the evening meal. These were not idle chores. A poorly mended cloak or a thin stick could mean sickness or death. Children gathered kindling, fetched water, and cared for small animals. Their duty was to keep the wood supply near the hearth replenished, ever ascending, invisible, constant. Nothing was wasted, not time, not energy, not warmth. In a Viking winter, idleness was a death sentence. Even indoors, work was constant. Blacksmiths set up small forges near the hearth, repairing tools and weapons. Carpenters shaped sled runners and furniture. Women combed wool or wove thick cloaks on upright looms, their fingers red with cold but never still. Every item made in winter a tool, a garment. A rope was preparation for the return of spring raiding, planting, and sailing. Food punctuated the day like a heartbeat. Meals were not just nutrition, they were carefully timed bursts of warmth meant to sustain body temperature and morale. Lunch was hearty but practical, a thick soup of beans and root vegetables, sometimes with salted fish or dried meat for protein. Bread was always served warm, never cold, and often soaked in broth. In the evening, dinner was the main event, served near the fire with everyone sitting close together. Afterwards often came hot drinks spiced ale, warm milk with honey or herbal infusions to soothe lungs irritated by smoky air. Eating together was more than sharing food, it was psychological anchoring. The hearth became a circle of safety and community. The cold could not touch. Life inside the longhouse moved with the cycle of light and heat. Work gave way to storytelling, music, and games. In the evenings, scaled desks recited sagas, some heroic, some tragic, some deeply personal. These stories were not just entertainment, they were lessons, moral codes, and psychological resilience disguised as legend. Board games like HN Fataya, a strategic war game, were common, as work on tests of strength, a riddle mine, a stelling to pass the time. In the long dark, children were taught myths and legends, their imaginations lit by flickering firelight. Even these leisure activities had a survival function. They kept minds sharp, spirits focused, communities united. Winter was not just a test of endurance, it was a school. The longhouse was classroom, crucible, and temple, shaping those inside as much as it protected them. Viking winter nights were long, often 16 to 18 hours of darkness. But sleep was not merely rest, it was a vital part of survival. As noted earlier, communal sleeping was common. All households, sometimes including guests or servants, shared one large bed platform covered with layers of wool blankets, hides, and furs. The body heat generated by this closeness could mean the difference between waking up and freezing to death before dawn. Children were placed in the warmest center spots. The elderly and sick were also surrounded by the layered warmth of younger, stronger bodies. Heavy curtains were drawn around sleeping areas, creating a miniature room minus within minus a minus room, a warmth plot against the night. It was not about comfort, it was about physics and survival. Daily routine was not purely physical. Spiritual practices were deeply woven into winter life. Each day often began or ended with prayers to household gods, offerings to the land vetir land spirits, or invocations to Thor for strength, to Freyja for fertility and light. The darkest nights around the solstice were marked by sacred rituals like Jol, where people feasted, sang, and lit great fires to honor the returning sun. Animals were sacrificed, mead poured as libations, vows made for the year ahead. These rituals were not just religion, they were psychological armor. They gave suffering meaning and promised that the dark would end. Perhaps the hardest part of a Viking winter was not the cold but the waiting, the endless dark. The same daily routines repeated for months, uncertainty gnawing at the mind about how long food would last. Hope became as essential as firewood, and that hope lived in the structure of their days, the fire tended each morning, the stories told each evening, the knowledge that every passing moment brought them closer to spring. They were not merely getting through winter, they were riding it. Each meal, each chore, each shared bed and whispered saga was part of a strategy honed over generations. And when the first weak light of spring finally pierced the smoky dark, they stepped outside, not as victims of nature but as its conquerors. Next we will venture outside the walls, into the blinding white wilderness itself. How did Vikings hunt, travel, and fight in conditions designed to kill them? What techniques kept them alive when there was no shelter at all? The cold does not kill you quickly. It steals upon you slowly, relentlessly, patiently. It first takes the feeling from your fingers, then your thoughts, and finally the will to move. In the endless winters of Scandinavia, where snow swallows the horizon and wind screams like a vengeful ghost, it is not an enemy to be beaten with a sword. It is a force of nature, ancient, indifferent, and enduring. Yet Viking Age people fought it and won. The real war was not waged with blades. It was a duel with the frozen world itself. Winter in Viking Age Scandinavia was not a season, it was a siege. For half the year, the sun hung low on the horizon or disappeared entirely, burying villages in darkened ice. Temperatures plunged below freezing. The seas that carried ships to distant continents turned to floating shards of glass. Roads vanished under snow. Rivers froze solid. The land itself became the enemy. Yet life did not stop. The Norse did not hibernate or retreat. They adapted and learned to make this frozen world not only survivable but conquerable. Their very existence became a battle plan against nature itself. Every part of their lives, their bodies, their tools, their homes, their strategies was shaped by this constant war. It began with the body. To no warrior, farmer, or explorer could survive the brutal Scandinavian cold without first learning to adapt to it. The Viking body was itself a weapon not just for war, but for survival. Sagas often describe men and women walking miles through waist-deep snow to reach distant settlements or trekking for days across frozen lakes for trade or raids. These were not exaggerations. Archaeological evidence from ancient snow layers preserving footprints to skeletal remains, showing extreme muscle development, confirms a life of constant movement and harsh conditions. Imagine a hunter from northern Norway in the depths of a 10th-century winter. The nearest settlement is 2 days away. The forest is a maze of white silence, broken only by the crack of branches under snow. He wears layers of wool and fur, tightly bound against the wind. His breath freezes on his beard as he walks, but he knows he cannot stop, not for long. In stillness lies death in this cold. The Vikings understood this deeply. Movement was survival. Daily life was built around it. Even in the coldest months, they chopped wood, broke ice for water, cleared paths, checked on livestock. This constant physical activity kept blood flowing, muscles warm, and the body conditioned for endurance. It had another benefit. To the sheer physical exhaustion from this labor laid the foundation for deep, restorative sleep, which in turn prepared them for the next day's battle with the cold. To survive in this frozen world, you could not hide from it. You had to become part of it. This mindset shaped every aspect of Viking life, even their clothing. Far from the crude hides often depicted in modern media, Viking winter clothing was a complex system of layered protection. Archaeological finds from sites like Burkund, Hediba revealed garments made of tightly woven wool, often felted for added insulation, combined with linen and underlayers for moisture management and fur-lined outer cloaks to trap body heat. Their footwear was also designed for frozen rain leather boots stuffed with straw lined with fur, insulating even when wet. Some boots found in Greenland settlements showed double soles and waterproof, seems an innovation centuries ahead of its time. This was not fashion, it was armor. In a place where frostbite could ruin a warrior as surely as an enemy's blade, that armor was as vital as any shield. Surviving the cold was only part of the battle. The Norse had to traverse it and turn the frozen landscape itself into a weapon. Others saw snow as an obstacle. Vikings saw a highway. The rivers impassable in summer became ice roads in winter, capable of supporting sleds, pack animals, even armies. Ecological evidence suggests that major trade routes connecting inland Scandinavia to the Baltic and beyond were busiest in the coldest months, precisely because frozen rivers were faster and safer than sailing stormy seas. The same principle applied on land. Snowshoes, some dating to the Viking Age, found in Norwegian peat bogs, enabled scouts and hunters to cover vast distances in deep snow. Sledges pulled by horses or oxen hauled supplies, timber, even raiding parties across terrain that would have been impossible for armies from warmer lands. This adaptation was not just practical, it was strategic. The Norse used frozen terrain to strike at their enemies in times and places they least expected. Viking Age warfare was most terrifying in the hands of men who knew how to fight winter itself. This is seen most clearly in how they waged war in the coldest month. In medieval European chronicles, winter was considered a season of truce. Campaigns typically paused from November to March because armies could not move, forage, or fight effectively in the cold. But the Vikings were different. They planned winter raids and weaponized the cold. Frankish chronicles from the 9th century record Viking attacks launched in the dead of winter when rivers were frozen and defenses relaxed. Fortresses unprepared for winter sieges were easy targets. Frozen moats could be crossed. Snow could hide the approach of landing ships. Villages that let their guard down with the season found themselves surrounded by warriors appearing like ghosts from the snow. Consider the winter campaign of 859. when Viking fleets conducted winter raids deep into Frankish territory, sailing on ice along rivers, striking suddenly, then vanishing again before the spring thaw. This was not just brute force, it was psychological warfare. Armies that believed winter protected them suddenly realized the season itself was no defense. To the Vikings, winter was not an obstacle, it was camouflage. Fighting in winter required more than courage. It demanded meticulous preparation. Warriors adapted their weapons and tactics to the frozen battlefield. Archaeological finds show axe and spear handles slightly modified for better grip when gloved hands grew numb with cold. Shields were sometimes lined with fur or leather to prevent frost from forming on the wood. Even mail armor was worn differently, over thick wool tunics to keep it from freezing to the skin. Tactics changed too. Winter raids were often smaller, faster, more precise, exploiting enemies slowed and made vulnerable by the weather. Vikings favored ambushes from snow-covered woods, sudden strikes under cover of blizzards, and rapid retreats across frozen rivers. They had another weapon, fear. To the medieval mind, winter was when nature itself turned hostile, a season of death and darkness. When enemies emerged from that dark, fought, and won in conditions others thought uninhabitable, it was deeply unsettling. The psychological impact of such raids often shattered resistance before the fighting even began. But warfare was just one expression of the Norse duel with the frozen world. Hunting, a vital part of their survival, was another battlefield. In the harshest month, game grew scarce and more dangerous. Falcon drained air migrated to distant ranges. Wolves grew bolder. Bears hibernate in dens, and hunters sometimes sought out those dens deliberately for meat and fur. Viking hunters developed a specialized winter techniques tracking through subtle signs in the snow, using sledge dogs to haul prey across frozen ground, building temporary shelters of snow and pine boughs to sustain expeditions for days. One of the most remarkable finds from Viking-age Sweden is a set of skis dating to the 9th century. It is proof of sophisticated winter hunting methods. Hunters could cover vast distances silently and swiftly, pursuing game across frozen landscapes impossible to traverse on foot. Saga accounts even describe warriors training for reconnaissance and raids on skis, early predecessors of the later Scandinavian army ski groups. These winter hunts were more than subsistence, they were training. The navigation, endurance, patience, and stealth honed in frozen forests translated directly to the battlefield. In this way, even hunting became part of the Norse campaign against nature's cruelest season. Winter survival was not just physiological, it was psychological. Cold break was long before it killed the weak. The Vikings understood this instinctively, and their cultural mindset was one of their greatest weapons. Saga literature is full of references to the virtue of endurance. All in more fortitude, hug or spirit minus courage, or frenzy, passion, life minus force. These were not abstract virtues, they were survival tools forged in harsh trials. Winter was not something to be feared but to be endured, conquered, and mastered. Collective rituals reinforced this mindset. Winter feasts, storytelling, and religious rites helped sustain morale and give structure to the long, dark months. Even the Norse gods were depicted enduring and overcoming harsh winters, Odin wandering the frozen world in search of wisdom, Thor battling giants in snow-covered wildernesses. These stories were not just entertainment, they were psychological training, teaching that endurance was divine and suffering had purpose. In the end, the duel with the frozen world was not a single skill but a way of life, a philosophy etched into the bones of people who thrived where others failed. They fought the cold with their bodies, their tools, their strategies, and their will. They turned snow into roads, winter into opportunity, ice into a weapon, and they won. That is perhaps the greatest paradox of Viking history. Their most fearsome victory was not against kings or empires, but against nature itself. In a world where winter could kill as surely as any sword, they learned to make it serve them. In doing so, they conquered not just the frozen north, but the limits of human endurance. We will follow those who took this battle even farther, beyond fjords and forests, across frozen oceans, into the unknown. For the next enemy the Vikings faced was ice itself. The sea in the north is never still. Even in winter, when the land freezes and rivers turn to stone, the ocean still breathes a slow, icy breath, breaking ice and hurling shards against rock. To most of medieval Europe, those winter waters were impossible, a death sentence of black waves and floating ice. To the Vikings, they were a road. A dangerous road, yes, but a road worth taking. Where others saw the end of the world, Vikings saw a beginning, a frozen highway to glory. By the 9th century, Norse sailors had traveled far beyond their ancestors' fjords. They had raided the monastery at Lindisfarne, settled Ireland's rugged coasts, and carved new kingdoms from the rivers of Francia and Russ. But winter changed everything. When the wind howled and snow swallowed the horizon, the sea itself became a different kind of battlefield, one that demanded as much courage and skill as any fight with swords and shields. For most seafaring peoples of the Middle Ages, winter sailing was unthinkable. Ships stayed in port, trade routes closed, harbors became graveyards of frozen ember. Yet the sagas tell a different story. Voyages launched in midwinter storms, crossings to distant shores through ice-choked waters, and bold expeditions that defied the frozen fury of the Northern Ocean. This chapter is the story of those voyages, how Viking navigators learned to read the ice, out with the cold, and turn the Earth's most hostile seas into bridges to new worlds. The Norse understanding of the sea went beyond that of their contemporaries. They observed how tides carved coastlines in winter, how ice drifted with currents, how wind shifted with the stars. They knew that while rivers froze and roads vanished, the sea rarely froze completely, and even when it did, it could still be crossed. Their long ships were not crude wooden boats but technological marvels, built of overlapping planks that flexed with the waves. They could sail through ice-choked waters without shattering. They were shallow-drafted, able to hug the coast, weave through ice floes, and sail along the edges of frozen bays. And when the sea did freeze solid, they did not stop. They adapted. Archaeological evidence from Viking sites in Greenland and Iceland suggests that some ships were fitted with flat minus like runners on their keels. This modification allowed them to be dragged across frozen waterways or over ice on land to reach open water. Sagas mention long ships being hauled over ice to bypass frozen shallows. It was a feat of strength and wit, turning impassable terrain into a temporary road. They did not wait for the sea to thaw, they dragged their ships over the ice itself. The best example comes from the saga of the Greenlanders. When Eric the Red settlers faced frozen fjords in the dead of winter, they would often drag smaller boats over the ice or snow to reach open water beyond the frozen bay. This was not an act of desperation, but one of planning, practice, and expectation. Heel villages would gather, using ropes, wooden rollers, even oxen to haul vessels across frozen ground. Once free of the ice, they would sail again into waters few dared to navigate. The challenges of a winter sea went far beyond ice. The sun, often invisible for weeks, offered no help with navigation. Stars were hidden by stones. Salt lines themselves changed appearance, landmarks buried in snow or obscured by ice sheets. Yet the Vikings found ways to navigate, even in this white void. They relied on what modern scholars call environmental navigation, reading the world not by instruments but by subtle signs in nature. The color of an ice floe might hint at proximity to land. The behavior of seabirds revealed hidden coastlines. The direction of snowdrifts on waves suggested prevailing winds. Even the sound of the sea deeper, duller under ice was a signal. Some scholars believe the Vikings also used sunstones, crystals like Iceland spar, to locate the sun's position even on overcast days, a technique described in the 13th-century Rao Alfesatter. While the historical accuracy of these accounts is debated, calcite crystals found in shipwreck sites suggest they were indeed part of a navigator's toolkit. But navigation was more than science, it was memory. Viking sailors memorized the shape of coastlines, the scent of distant lands, the patterns of ice that formed in certain fjords each winter. A skilled navigator could sail from Norway to Iceland in near-minus darkness, guided not by compass or stars but by the texture of the wind and the rhythm of waves under the hull. For all their skill, the Vikings knew ice was both road and threat. It could carry a man across a fjord or crush a ship to splinters. Oh, a cat's bench, an entire fleet strapped by sudden freezes, ships locked fast in solid ice. In such moments, survival depended on speed and adaptability. Crews would rush to unload supplies, build temporary shelters on the ice, or abandon ship altogether, continuing overland by sledge. One legendary account describes a crew trapped by pack ice between Iceland and Greenland. Instead of panicking, they used axes to chop a path through the frozen maze. After days of desperate labor, they reached the coast of Greenland, exhausted but alive. But ice could also be an ally, a bridge across otherwise impassable waters. In especially harsh winters, Viking traders would walk or sled across frozen straits, moving goods via sea routes that ships could not reach. Archaeological evidence from trading centers like Hiti by Anburg shows spikes in seasonal trade during the coldest months. This suggests ice did not stop commerce, it merely changed its form. To the Vikings, a frozen sea was not a wall, it was a road. This flexibility, this refusal to see ice as a limit, set Viking navigators apart. They did not fight nature. They studied it, wrote it, and used it to their advantage. Some of the boldest voyages in Viking history took place in the dead of winter. The most famous is the crossing to Greenland, a perilous journey of more than 1,500 kilometers through waters choked with drifting icebergs and sudden storms. According to the saga of the Greenlanders, these voyages often begin in late autumn or even early winter, and ice floes were thickest. Why risk such a journey at the most dangerous time of year? Because the rewards were immense: walrus ivory, polar bear furs, and trade routes to new lands. There is archaeological evidence that some of these voyages may have pushed even deeper into the Arctic itself. Norse artifacts have been found in locations beyond known settlement areas, suggesting exploratory expeditions ventured into the ice-choked northern waters, possibly as far as Baffin Island or Labrador. These were not mere raids, they were acts of bold exploration, attempts to map a world where land and sea blurred into an endless white expanse. Winter voyaging was not just about navigation or shipbuilding, it was about endurance, surviving in conditions that tested human limits. On a winter voyage, the cold was constant and relentless. Crews wrapped themselves in layers of woolen fur, but frost still clung to their beards, freezing their breath on the deck. Water barrels turned solid overnight. Ice were reduced to dried fish and hard bread, softened over the ship's tiny iron hearth. Sleeping quarters were cramped and cold, often just a fur cloak thrown over a straw mat near the stern. Frostbite was a constant danger. Crews carried animal fat to smear on exposed skin and treated frozen fingers with warm water and wool wraps. Hypothermia, the silent, creeping killer, was fought with constant movement, frequent shift changes, and shared body heat when necessary. The conditions were brutal, but the Norse accepted them as part of the journey. Pain was not an obstacle, it was the price of progress. The frozen sea was not just a route for trade and exploration, it was also a stage for war. Some of the most unexpected Viking raids came via winter sea routes. Coastal settlements that thought themselves safe behind frozen harbors were suddenly attacked by ships that had sailed through ice or being dragged over frozen inlets. Anglo-Saxon chronicles describe winter raids that bypassed coastal defenses, using sea ice to land troops behind fortified positions. The Norse also used ice itself as a weapon. Frozen bays trapped enemy ships, making them stationary targets. Sea harbors could be crossed on foot, bypassing sea defenses. In one account from the Annals of Street, Bertin, Frankish ships blockading a Viking fleet were trapped by winter ice. Other Norse simply walked across the frozen water, burned the ships, and vanished into the night. To the Vikings, the frozen sea was never an obstacle. It was an invitation, a test of will, a challenge from the gods, a gateway to worlds few had ever seen. They learned to ride its waves, cut through its ice, read its moods like scripture. They turned frozen fjords into bridges, winter storms into cover, and ice-choked oceans into roads to glory. In doing so, they achieved what other peoples of their time dared not attempt. They conquered the sea, not just in summer calm but in winter fury. They made the impossible possible, and they did it again and again. We will turn from the frozen sea to the frozen soul. What did months of darkness do to the Viking mind? How did their myths, rituals, and spirituality evolve to cope with the endless night? The answer reveals one of the deepest secrets of Viking resilience. The cold is a killer, but the dark is worse. What breaks a person first is not the snow or ice, but the weight of endless night. Days when the sun never climbs above the horizon, weeks when the sky remains the same iron gray, months when the world feels trapped between dusk and dawn. To survive, that is more than physical, it is psychological, and it requires something far deeper than warm clothing or sturdy walls. It requires belief, purpose, a mind forged to withstand the dark itself. The real war of winter was not fought on land or sea, but in the human soul. In the Viking Age, winter in the north was not just a season, it was a presence vast, oppressive, alive. It seeped into every corner of existence, shaping how people thought, how they worshipped, how they loved and mourned. To endure it, they had to build inner worlds as resilient as the longhouses that sheltered their bodies. This chapter is about that inner war, the psychological and spiritual battle every Viking fought through the long, dark months. It is the story of how they learned not only to survive the dark but to draw strength from it. To the modern mind, a world without daylight is almost unimaginable. But to the people of Viking Age Scandinavia, it was an annual reality. In the far north, the sun might not rise for weeks, or even months. Even farther south, days shrank to a few hours of feeble pale light, not enough to mark the passage of time in any meaningful way. The psychological cost was immense. Without sunlight, the body's production of serotonin and the neurotransmitter that regulates mood plummets. Circadian rhythms go haywire, and fatigue sets in. Anxiety, irritability, and depression follow. Modern science calls it seasonal affective disorder. The Vikings called it life, but unlike modern society, they were prepared for it. They had cultural, spiritual, and social systems designed to withstand the heavy pressure of winter dark. Their minds, like their bodies, were trained for siege. They did not fight the dark, they gave it meaning. The Viking worldview was not shaped by summer, it was born of winter. Look at Norse cosmology. It begins with Jin Unga Gab, a yawning void, a place of darkened ice. The world itself was forged from the meaning of fire and frost. First being, Ymir, was born from melting ice. Even the gods were children of cold and chaos. This was no coincidence. These myths were not just stories, they were psychological armor. They told people that darkness was not the enemy, it was the source of creation itself. Cold was not punishment. It was the forge that tempered strength. So, too, was the Norse vision of the world's end, Ragnarok. It was not a fiery apocalypse but a long, relentless winter. The FIMBUL winter, 3 winters with no summer in between, snow burying the world, even the gods powerless to stop it. Yet even here, the message was not despair. After the FIMBUL winter, a new world was born. The cycle began again. These myths gave darkness meaning. They reshaped suffering as part of a larger cosmic order. They told people that endurance was not just survival, it was sacred. But myths were only part of the defense. The Vikings also built powerful rituals to beat back the psychological weight of winter. Chief among these was Jol, the midwinter festival. Celebrated around the winter solstice, Jol was more than a feast, it was a declaration of defiance. At the darkest moment of the year, when the sun seemed gone forever, the Norse lit fires, feasted, and told stories of rebirth. They slaughtered animals, brewed strong ale, and made sacrifices to gods of light. The timing was not accidental. In a world without artificial light, the solstice was a moment of profound psychological power. It marked a turning point, the days when the sun would begin its slow return. Jol was a ritual of hope, a collective reminder the dark was not eternal. Archaeological evidence from sites like Gamla and Borg and Lofoten shows great midwinter feast halls filled with animal bones and drinking vessels. These were not ordinary gatherings, they were spiritual acts of resistance. On the coldest, darkest nights, the Norse chose joy over despair. They answered the dark with fire, not fear. If Jol was the public answer to winter dark, the hearth was the private one. To the Viking mind, the hearth was far more than a heat source. It was the center of the world, a tiny, flickering sun inside the home. The whole household gathered around it, not just for warmth but for psychological survival. Here, stories were old sagas of gods and ancestors, of victories and betrayals. These were not just entertainment, they were lifelines. Oral narrative created continuity, connection, and meaning in a season when time itself seemed to stop. The hearth was also a place of magic. The form of Norse sorcery, often associated with prophecy and fate, was frequently practiced indoors during the winter months. Archaeological evidence of ritual offerings near hearths suggests these acts were meant to bind luck and ward off misfortune during the long night. The hearth's glow symbolized more than personal safety, it was hope, memory, identity, a reminder that even in a dark world, the flame of life still burned. Loneliness was winter's poison. Left alone with the dark, even the strongest mind could falter. The Vikings understood this instinctively, and their society was built on collective survival. Winter life was intensely social. Families, extended kin, even unrelated households often lived under the same roof. Shared meals, shared tasks, shared stories. These were not just practical necessities, they were psychological lifelines. Archaeological evidence from settlement patterns shows longhouses, designed to hold many more people than a single nuclear family. This was not inefficiency, it was deliberate. Humans are social animals, and the presence of others reduced fear, lowered stress hormones, and helped regulate emotional states. The Vikings didn't need psychology textbooks to know this. They lived it every winter. Even the structure of Norse law and society reflected this reality. Winter was often the time for holding things assemblies. These gatherings were not just for settling legal disputes, they were social events, opportunities to renew bonds, exchange news, and maintain a sense of order in a world that often felt chaotic and cold. In the dark, no one survived alone. Winter did not just shape Viking society, it shaped the Viking soul. Hunts of darkness forced people to confront the limits of human endurance, the fragility of life, the inevitability of death. But they did not shy away from these truths, they embraced them. Norse belief: death was not an end but a transition. Warriors slain in battle were welcomed into Valhalla, folk Vangiar. Ancestors were not forgotten but honored, believed to watch over their descendants from beyond the grave. Winter, with its grim reminders of mortality, became a season of remembrance and connection with the dead. Some scholars argue that this confrontation with death explains the Viking attitude toward risk, the willingness to sail into unknown oceans, raid distant lands, face impossible odds. A culture that stared into the dark every year learned not to fear it but to walk toward it. This attitude even seeped into their language. The Old Norse is rich with words for endurance, reike, fortitude, hug, our spiritual courage or frenzy, passion, life minus force. These were not abstract virtues, they were survival tools honed in the crucible of hard winters. The Vikings conquered winter not just by building stronger houses or wearing warmer clothes. They conquered it by mastering their own minds. They gave the dark meaning through myth, they turned despair into ritual. They built social structures that turned loneliness into community. They forged a worldview that saw suffering as proof of strength, not punishment. In the endless night of the North, they learned humanity's oldest lesson: survival is not just about enduring the world outside, but about mastering the world within. Next, we will look beyond survival to legacy. How did centuries of war with winter shape Viking expansion, settlement, and influence across Europe? Why does the wear wisdom still echo in the Scandinavian world today? In the North, snow does not just fall, it commands. It bends the will of the living and shapes the destiny of entire peoples. For the Vikings, that relentless cold was more than a background condition, it was a teacher, a crucible, a filter. Every aspect of Norse society, from ships to sagas, from gods to government, was forged by centuries of tempering in a hard winter that called the weak and rewarded only the craft ist, the most united, the most unbreakable. This is the final legacy of the cold, not just survival, but transformation. Its fingerprints are still visible on the world we live in today. Before the Norse sailed west into unknown oceans, before their long ships prowled the coasts of England and their traders reached the markets of Baghdad, they learned a lesson above all others: nature will not bend for you, you must bend for it. In a land where frost could claim the earth for half the year, this was not philosophy, it was law. Generations of endurance against sub-zero winters shaped a worldview that valued resilience over comfort, preparation over impulse, patience over haste. Life was measured not by how quickly you could seize wealth or glory, but by whether you had the foresight to outlast the next blizzard, the next lean season, the next year when the sea ice lingered too long. This mindset was reflected in their mythology as much as in their daily lives. Consider the Fimbul winter, the prophesied great winter of Norse myth, 3 years of unbroken cold that heralded Ragnarok. To the Norse, the end of the world itself was imagined not as fire or flood, but as cold and elemental force so absolute even the gods would struggle against it. This was not just apocalyptic poetry. It reflected a psychological reality. The Norse rarely feared other men, but they respected the cold, and that respect, etched into their bones from birth, gave them an advantage over everyone they encountered. The Norse left Scandinavia not because they were restless glory-minus seeking adventurers, at least not at first. They left because winter left them no choice. For centuries, populations grew while arable land remained scarce. Long winters meant shorter growing seasons, and even the most resourceful farmers could produce only so much before the frost returned. Overpopulation, hunger, and limited resources created pressure that needed release, and that release came in the form of outward expansion. But winter also prepared them for that journey. The same wisdom that kept them alive in snow-choked valleys was applied to shipbuilding, leading to the invention of the long ship light enough to be carried over portages, tough enough to cross the North Atlantic, fast enough to outrun any pursuit. That strategic patience of rationing stores through 6 months of darkness was turned to long range navigation, meticulous planning, and maritime endurance. It is no coincidence that the first Norse explorers, who pushed west into the ice-choked North Atlantic to the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Greenland, and eventually Vinland, came from the harshest climate in Europe. Their society was not running from the cold, it was trained by it. Skills honed over generations, stockpiling, shipbuilding, adapting, enduring became their greatest advantage. The cold was a ruthless judge of selfishness. Alone, a farmer could not store enough grain to last the season. A hunter might fail to bring down an elk to feed his family through the dark months. A household might fail to repair a roof after a blizzard and freeze to death. But together they had a chance. This basic fact shaped Viking society into one with remarkable communal interdependence. Cooperative labor was not optional, it was survival. Longhouses were built by many hands. Food was shared among kin groups. Important decisions, from when to plant to when to raid, were made at things. Even the famous Viking raids reflected this cooperative impulse. Crews trained to row in perfect synchrony, each man trusting the others to match his rhythm across hundreds of kilometers of open sea. This solidarity did not come from nowhere, it was learned in long winters where survival depended not on individual strength, but on coordinated action. The modern Scandinavian emphasis on social cohesion, consensus, and equality, often cited as a cultural cornerstone, has its roots here, in a world where the choice was brutal: cooperate or die. Winter was not just cold, it was scarcity incarnate. It stripped the land bare, silenced rivers, and locked the earth under meters of snow. Yet the Norse not only learned to survive scarcity, they turned it into opportunity. This wisdom was evident in every aspect of Viking life. They developed innovative food preservation methods, drying, smoking, fermenting, that could sustain them through 8 months without a harvest. They mastered the use of bog iron to produce weapons and tools, even when traditional or was scarce. They wove complex legal systems to distribute land and resources fairly, reducing conflict that scarcity might provoke. Even their spiritual beliefs reflected this pragmatic resourcefulness. The god Odin himself was first and foremost not a warrior but a seeker of knowledge, sacrificing an eye for wisdom, hanging himself from the world tree to learn the runes. In a land where a mistake meant starvation, knowledge was power, cleverness was survival. The legacy of the cold did not end with the Viking Age. It continued to shape the societies that grew from its frosty roots. Consider the Scandinavian concept of lago not too much. not too little, just right. This philosophy of balance, moderation, and sustainability comes directly from centuries of calculating how much food to store, how much wood to cut, how much labor to save for spring. Or look at the cultural phenomenon of HYGCG creating warmth, coziness, and intimacy in the depths of winter. What began as a survival mechanism huddling around a hearth, layering woolen fur against the cold evolved into a deeply rooted social practice that remains central to Nordic identity today. Even Scandinavia's reputation for modern innovation and design has roots in the ingenuity winter demanded. From architecture designed to trap and conserve heat to infrastructure built for snow and ice, the creative problem-minus solving that kept a family alive in a longhouse now drives some of the world's most advanced societies. The cold was a teacher, not an enemy. Pause for a moment and consider conditions that should have broken a people instead shaped them. The cold did not just shape Viking history, it forged it. It taught cooperation, foresight, resilience, and wisdom. Lessons so deep that more than 1,000 years later, they still define the North. When we marvel at Viking courage on storm, minus ost seas, their craftsmanship, their legal systems, their literature, we are in a sense seeing the fingerprint of cold on human history. If there is one message that echoes from the sagas, from archaeology, from the living culture of the North, it is this: survival was never just about endurance, but about adaptation, about turning adversity into strength. The Vikings survived not by fighting the coldest winters in history, but by listening to the cold, learning its rhythms, anticipating its blows, and bending their society to its demands. In doing so, they forged one of the most resilient and influential civilizations the world has ever seen. And in the end, perhaps that is the greatest legacy of the ice, that even in a world seemingly designed to kill them, the people of the North found a way not merely to endure, but to thrive. We have seen how the cold shaped Viking society, but one last question remains: how were these lessons passed down into their myths and worldview? In the final chapter, we will step into the realm of frost giants, eternal winters, and the cosmic struggle for warmth, and reveal how the Norse used myth itself as a map for survival in Earth's harshest climate. The Vikings never separated survival from story. To them, the cold was not just a force of nature, it was a living thing, a presence, an adversary written into the very architecture of their myths. Frost was not just around them, it spoke to them. Through these stories carved on wooden stone, sung in longhouses on the deepest winter nights, they found a map for survival, not just for the world outside, but for the world within. This is their final winter story. Not about snow and ice, but about meaning, belief, and the ancient wisdom that taught them how to live in a world that never promised mercy. The Vikings did not just fight the cold, they made it a god. The Norse creation myth does not begin with warmth, sunlight, or fertile land. It begins with nothingness, a great void called Chin Unga Gap. On one side was Musp, Elheim, the realm of fire. On the other was Niflheim, the land of mist and ice. When fire and frost met in the middle, the first being was born Ymir, a giant made of melting ice and primal chaos. From his body, the gods made the world. His myth was not just a story, it was a mirror. It told the Vikings that cold was not their enemy. It was part of the origin of everything, a creative force, the source of life itself. It reminded them that destruction and creation were wins, that suffering and strength were inseparable. Every winter, when the world's frozen fields vanished under snow, this story whispered a truth into their bones: all life comes from the meeting of opposites. The cold that tried to kill them was also the cold that made them. In the Norse cosmos, the enemies of the gods, the Jata and Aar, or frost giants, lived in Jotunheimr, a realm of eternal cold. These beings were not cartoon villains. They were Persephoniscanes of nature's raw, uncontrollable forces: avalanches, glaciers, the deadly frost that stripped the land bare. Yet the gods did not seek to destroy them completely. Yes, they fought them, but they also needed them. Without the giants, the world would lose its balance. Without the chaos of ice, the order of Asgard would stagnate. This tension reflected the Vikings' relationship with winter itself. The frost was the enemy and the teacher. It tested their strength, sharpened their minds, demanded their cooperation. Without it, they would grow soft, and they knew it. That is why they did not imagine their gods living in an eternal summer paradise. Even Odin, the All-Father, had to negotiate with frost giants at the edges of his realm. Even Thor spent much of his time fighting the powers of winter, often losing ground. The message was clear: even the gods had to battle the cold. In their mythology, frost was not evil, it was necessary. In the prophesied end of the world, Ragnarok, the first sign is not fire, plague, or war. It is winter. 3 winters will fall one after another, with no summer in between. Snow will fall from all directions. Sun will vanish. Winds will be so cold even the bravest warriors will weep. This is the FIMBUL winter. It is a test, not a punishment. The weak will perish, the strong will endure. And from the ashes of that endless cold, a new world will rise green, fertile, reborn. This prophecy was not just an apocalyptic tale, it was a resilience lesson disguised as myth. It told the Vikings that the hardest winter was not a sign of doom, but a precursor to renewal. Survival was not just clinging to life, but preparing for what came next. It is no coincidence that the Norse often measured time and fate itself in winter cycles. Every brutal season was a little FIMBUL winter, a rehearsal for the end. And every spring that followed was proof that endurance was worth the suffering. If the FIMBUL winter taught the Vikings that winter was part of a larger cycle, Joel helped them live in the moment. Held on the darkest day of the year, when the sun was at its weakest in the sky, Joel was a time of fire, feasting, sacrifice, and storytelling. Evergreen branches were brought inside as symbols of life defying the cold. A great log, the Yule log, was burned to represent the returning sun. Animals were slaughtered, not just for food, but as offerings to gods who govern life and death. Every act of Joel was layered with meaning. Lighting a fire was not just about warmth, it was defiance. Slaughtering a boar was not just a feast, it was a covenant with the gods. Even drinking and storytelling had a higher purpose. They reminded the community that the dark was temporary, the light would return. In this way, Joel was not just a holiday, it was psychological armor, a collective ritual that reprogrammed fear into faith, despair into celebration, and bound the community together with a shared story of survival. The Vikings also wove winter into their understanding of weird or fate. The Norns, the mysterious goddesses who wove the threads of destiny, were often associated with cold wells and frozen springs. Even their greatest gods could not escape the tapestry they wove. This fatalism was not despair but acceptance, understanding that some things could not be changed, only prepared for. Winter's coming was inevitable. The shortening of days could not be stopped. The only choice was how you faced them, with despair or with dignity. This worldview made the Vikings extraordinarily resilient. When crops failed, blizzards swept the land, voyages ended in shipwreck. They did not see themselves as victims but as participants in a story far larger than themselves. A story in which pain had purpose and endurance had meaning. To them, the cold was weird, and weird was not to be feared. At the heart of Norse belief lay a paradox. In a world defined by frost, the greatest virtue is not cold, but fire. Not literal fire, though that was vital, of course, but the inner fire. They called it hunger, courage, willpower, the steadfast resolve to face hardship without breaking. It was the spark that made a man stand when he wanted to lie down, that made a woman fight for her children when the barn was empty, that made a community light a bonfire on the darkest night and sing while the wind howled outside. This inner fire was the most sacred thing a Viking could possess. It was what the gods rewarded, what the sagas celebrated. It separated the forgotten from the remembered. It was, ultimately, the reason their civilization thrived where others would have withered and vanished. In the end, the Vikings did not see winter as an enemy to be conquered. They saw it as a teacher, harsh, unforgiving, but wise. It taught them humility before the power of nature. It taught them patience in the face of inevitability. It taught them cooperation, courage, and cunning. It taught them that life was a cycle of dark and light, death and rebirth, despair and hope, and that those who endured the longest night would see the dawn. Perhaps that is the lesson we too can take from them. In an age where we insulate ourselves from nature, fear, discomfort, and flee from suffering. The Vikings remind us that strength is found not in avoiding the cold, but in walking into it eyes open, hearts aflame, and with stories to guide us through. The coldest winters do not kill us, they forge us. The snow melts, rivers run again, the sun climbs higher each day. The long night is over, as it always is, as it always will be. But for those who endured it, something fundamental has changed. They are stronger now, wiser, more powerful. They have seen the dark and learned its language. That is the Vikings' true victory over winter, and not the warmth it created, but the transformation it forced upon them. The legacy of that victory still lives in the sagas and the traditions, in the spirit of the North itself. For in the end, it was never just about surviving the coldest winters in history. It was about becoming greater because of them. If this journey into the frozen heart of Viking life has given you a new appreciation for their strength, courage, and humanity, subscribe for more forgotten truths from history's harshest worlds. Before you go, tell us in the comments what country or city you're from. We're building a global community of history lovers, bound by the stories of those who came before.